sisters. Hello. You passed out hard last night? Maybe tonight too, who knows? I had a good nap. Did a lot of self-loving. Welcome, Sister Bella. Thank you for your work. We got laser focus. Nice to see you. Sister Jessie. I had to put some ointment. Yeah, I had a... But that's the... สวัสดีครับโหมาเร็วมากเลยยังไม่ได้เริ่ม Yeah, but I was like the headache came from nowhere, but I know what happened. My friend, you know, whenever you heal people, there's a lot of sacrifice involved. You absorb people's energy, and then it's your job to transmute it. So that's why you have to take care of yourself, because some people are just not doing it. But you can be a conduit for people's sickness. You just have to know how to operate, brothers, sisters. You can't take on too much at one time. Welcome, Kiri. Oh. Massive gas leak in your neighborhood. They are evacuating people. Hope they fix it soon, sister. Got the new swag. My wife. I told my wife I like these shirts. Go to the store and get if they have on sale, and it was on sale. Let's see here. Yes. How's everybody's day today? Is we good? Let's see. Do I like this? Do I like it? Welcome, Slush. Present. I hope present and good. How do I transmute that energy? Love yourself. Yeah. Take care of your mind, take care of your body, and then that means you take care of your spirit. Mind, body, when it's centered and grounded, spirit active. When mind disconnected and body in pain, it's hard to feel the spirit when you're all effed up. This is Uniqlo. It's good material. Hello, welcome Sister Quinn. Got Sister Bella. We got Zandy, Veronica. Was making music today and the application crashed, so I kind of lost some work, but it's not that much work. Not that much work. Uniqlo? I don't know. Uniqlo. How do you handle day-to-day stress? Breathing in, breathing out. I deal with it moment to moment rather than day by day. Day by day, sometimes it's not, you don't pay attention enough. Moment to moment. UNIQLO. 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 It's very popular in Asia, and recently it like came over. Yeah. And it's just a simple, cheap t-shirt, but it's good material. That's where right. When you wear it, it feels good. That's the thing that I think matters the most, when it feels good to wear. The main part, you have to design your life. You have to have a foundation of what is your foundation to life. You have to be clear on how you would like to live your life. Welcome Justin and D Magic. A Leo. Alright, so I design my life. I want my life to be fulfilled and full of love. Authentic love. Not BS love. And so I prioritize authenticity in my life, which require me to cut out anything that's inauthentic and waste my time. And there's a lot of stuff that be wasting your time and don't make your life better. Cut that out, yeah. Will you be playing any flutes? Of course. Of course. I play flutes every day. Every stream we play the flute. We do everything every stream. Flute, singing bowl, meditation, wisdom. Some people just like some of it. Yeah. Let's see here. Check out Sister Bella Fascia there. She also does sound healing, singing bowls. So all the singing bowl and sound healing people, if you like that, check her out. Yeah. You just know I have this. That's my room divider. You don't know? Sometimes You need a room divider? I go, how about a flute divider? I see some very expensive ones. Oh, you know about flutes? You know about flutes or what? It depends on what you mean by expensive. It's actually not that expensive. Combined it is, but individual, I don't buy expensive flute because I don't have the money. That's why I start with 3D printed and move to bamboo. Most of these are bamboo. See? Bamboo, 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 bamboo. Hardwood, little ones, right? Bamboo, bamboo, hardwood. Bamboo, 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 baboon, baboon, yeah. She says, I keep repeating 10-year cycles in my relationships. Baboon. Are you heading a 10-year cycle right now? Or that's a good study, 10-year study. So you probably have been paying attention for 2 10-year cycles. Or maybe longer. Yeah, we have bansuri. We have three bansuris here. There. 1, 2 right there. 3 on this side. And there's out of tune bansuris over there, gift shop bansuri. Welcome, Alicia. I used to party a lot in the 20s. That changed in the 30s. French. How many instruments do you know how to play? I'm a sound healer, and so I play all the instruments intuitively. When you play instruments intuitively, it makes you able to play more rather than need to read notes to play. So I play it by ear, they say. But I don't have perfect pitch. I just have healing. I just focus on here. When I'm doing something, do I feel it? Do I feel love? And so when you do that, you learn faster because you're doing it all from here rather than going through somebody else's teaching. You go through the universe, which is because those people who created rules for music made it up also. I remember in middle school, I was in orchestra. Who decided we were all supposed to wear a cummerbund? Do y'all know what a cummerbund is? So It's like a piece of fabric that just cover this area. Like, who the frick decided that? A cummerbund. You know what I mean? Hello, welcome. Tu, tantu. Baboon. Sounds so... yeah. Trust me, it's as boring as it sounds. Cummerbund. Just... you know. Says, will you play some music to relax and stay present with me, please? Done. Codependency complete. Welcome, J Boogie. How's your energy today? I had a good nap. I had a headache earlier, so I had to take a Tylenol. I mean, I had a headache yesterday and today, but I remember I was healing my friend who's super sick, and that's part of healing. You have to transmute the energy, but now I'm very good because he abandoned his body for I think a whole month and just let himself be under stress. And when you're in people's life and you're somebody who is a practitioner, like, you do it to yourself, but I happen to be in your life, so that means it's my duty. Right? That's what friends do. Good people do good thing. Mango gang. Welcome, Tiffany. How come I cannot see the comments here? Because Insight Timer doesn't want those comments. That's actually the main reason why there's no chat box on screen. But it's better for everybody too, because we're more engaged with where we're at. And so they got lots of rules on Insight Timer. Yeah. It says there's some comments being filtered. Yeah. As long as we're just, I'm not worried. If one comment get filtered, you just comment another comment. Building online spiritual community is something that is beautiful, brothers, sisters. I mean, building any spiritual community beautiful. She says, I feel so boring and lonely at home. I am unemployed. Okay, so what do you want to do? Be the change or be the complaint? Or make the greatest excuse to do nothing? Or make a great reason to do something? You could live stream on your phone. Or you can learn to love yourself using your resources, like meditation, journal, plan your life, vision. So many things to do. Gotta use all our amazing resources, right? We have amazing resources, brothers, sisters. I mean, some people, back then you had to go to the library to get knowledge. Nowadays you got a freaking chat GPT, but you can't trust it all the time. It's it's like off pretty often, or inaccurate. So you still have to Google it the old-fashioned way. But then you can't trust that either, because it's all ads. And that's where we have us. Ask the people. Yeah, I can't. Insight Timer will always be in my heart because that's where I began my spiritual journey online. I mean, it was FB, you know. But after you have your awakening, your life doing better, then things change when you start to grow and be happier in life. People give you more attention when you're all effed up. But when you start to be good, it's like, oh. You know? Unless you build your greatness. You gotta build your greatness, brothers, sisters. Before people can take you seriously while you're happy, is because it's authority, right? They need some sort of authority, some sort of, in the main, because we've been taught that they need to have a PhD or some sort of thing, and a lot of it doesn't even mean the person has wisdom. Thank you, Patricia. Some of the miserable people have double masters. Right. Doctorate here. Oh, hello, Grace. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm going to see that movie, Michael Jackson movie, 6 p.m. tomorrow, so I'll be on earlier tomorrow with my wife. Quality time with a little quality time. This would be maybe the second movie I saw this year. ever. Kind of crazy. Yeah, second movie I've watched this year. Just no time to watch a movie. I'm here with y'all. "6:30 in London." Oh yeah, it's Tanya's son birthday, Paris. Gonna be up in the morning to see me at 4:30 a.m. I know it's gonna be a while, maybe. Come check out Brother Earthy Spiritual Sounds if you need some handpan crystal bowls and a beautiful ambience to the Earthy's mystic garden. Can you put that name up? He's on another platform, and Insight Timer doesn't want you to. Yeah. I'm just trying to follow their rules. Or should I just break all of the rules? You know what I mean? I'm not trying to just break the rules you didn't make. Yeah. They just got lots of rules. And it's wonder why there's not a lot of people live streaming. Because dang. But maybe it's designed that way so I can hang out with you more. You know? Even though all the conditions, I still show up. Hello. Hello. The return of the chat box. Ooh. Ooh. Thank you, Grace. Did you know you would be influential when you were young? Of course not. My parents always taught us to be humble. But I was always in leadership roles in everything that I did eventually. Except when I was on the streets. When I was hanging out on the streets, I was more of a follower. Because I didn't want to lead in those environments. Because leading in those environments meant slanging, selling the dope, scamming people, stealing car parts. I just wanted to be around those vibes as a way to get out of my comfort zone. But of course it pulls you in. Yeah, but I was raised in a Buddhist temple. We always went to the Buddhist temple every Sunday, and sometimes we went during the weekday because my family's heavily involved with the temple. And so I was around leadership a lot, but I didn't know it was meant for me too, because I'm just some kid, right? Just humble, live my life, mess with nobody, hang out with the cats and dogs. When people were mean, the cats were there, so shout out to the cats. Cats and monks. That's the temple life. Yeah, I was born in Thailand but raised in Houston. So I'm Southeast Asian. But Southeast Asian also, a lot of people ask if I'm Filipino, Native American, because we kind of look very similar. Like the features, it's all very similar. If you right. Did you listen to UGK and Paul Wall back then? Of course, that's what everyone listened to. Ever since I can remember, I've been popping my color. The 3-6 Mafia vibe. But I think we're ready to meditate a bit, huh? But that long hair, it throws everyone off. Because Thai people don't. This is not very common. The 90s programmer hair. No, I didn't. Growing up, I just listened to more mainstream music and H-Town music. But as I did grow older, I listened to lots of underground Houston music because you can't, DJ Screw. Slim Thug, hip hop, and of course the classics of the Notorious and Tupac. I was very interested in hip hop, especially like older hip hop, Sugar Hill Gang, that whole classics, And I was drawn to East Coast hip-hop because of the jazziness. Yeah, the jazziness. Right? Alicia Keys, East Coast. Still one of my favorite artists, Common. When I hear Common's music from that era, I think like 2000s, It's just pure, something that feels right. There's something hopeful about that time. And humble, that's what it is. Like the Alicia Key, the Common, Tribe Called Quest. It was like a full flavor that wasn't trying to prove itself, like a nice broth. It didn't need to get in your face. It just knew who it was. Do you still listen to all that? No, I listen to everything. Yeah. Nowadays, I get a lot of inspiration from older music, as you know. Like anything Woodstock 1969, Nujabes, Taiko, the same thing that I share with you. I was exposed to country music doing wedding videography, so I have a respect towards country music because I kind of get the culture, like, mainstream country, Neon Moon. All my exes live in Texas. That's why I hang my head in Tennessee. Me, I'm 37. Yeah. I think I listen to genres, and I think many people in in current generation, we listen to a lot of genres because there's so much music to listen to now. You know what I mean? It's kind of amazing but overwhelming because we have access to like so much music now that we have to jump genres. And so we end up capturing the vibe of the music. I don't really listen to new rap though, let's just be honest. The mumble rap stuff, I can listen to some if it's like done well, but a lot of it is just like, yeah, there's no feeling. I did the most recent stuff I listened to was from that guy XXX Tentacion, whatever. And right, but there's emotion, right? But it's kind of like a dark and sad emotion. But it's still emotion. And a lot of people were very sad when he passed away. And so I was like, okay, what's going on? It's really interesting to see how the new generation, like what makes them emotional. And it's really hyper. Everything's so hyper, right? Every emotion, nowadays the music, it's like super niche. If it's gangster violence rap, it's super gangster violent rap. It's not. There's no like casual. You have to know your lane. So everything, there's a lane in music. That's where the money is, which is kind of sad because that's a very limited lane. And that's how the internet is, because that's how money flows. There's a lane and somebody controls that lane. But anyways, I think this I'll be sharing. Why don't we start with 30 minutes, y'all? Yeah. Diva Pramal, Yaima, I listen to. New Jabez, Bob Marley's like my. Do you think it's good to be close-minded about music or stick in your lane? No, you should be open-minded, for sure. It's why I don't do just a single genre, right? It's shamanic lo-fi. Shamanic lo-fi, like, right? Shamanic mantra, trap vibes. Right? Uplifting shamanic flute soundscapes. It's kind of the evolution of humanity. More color. Right? It's more weaving. The tapestry is becoming really colorful, but harder to balance. Because it's just so infinite option that you can just make it muddy and like not harmonious. More is not always better, but sometimes it is. All right. Lock in and relax is the vibe for today. Lock in and relax. So if you're ready to relax, you come to the right place. If you're not ready to, you might be ready too soon. Miles Davis, is that jazz? Thank you, Clarita, Rose, Cindy. Thank you, Adams Apple. "30 minutes. More coming up right now. Welcome, Enthio. How did we feel from that 30-minute relaxation? You just jumped in. Welcome, Darren. Nice to see you. We got Misco Maria Diaz. Mumsy. And thank you, everybody, for focusing. The full moon coming up soon, the blue moon. Double moon in 1 month. You're going to have to use all the skills you know. Don't get involved with negative energy. Get involved with positivity. Because the full moon is just going to radiate everything. So imagine you radiate peace and love. Double moon, double peace and love. That's what we need on the planet. The light worker. Now the dark worker is going to want you to focus on the opposite. Please don't do that. Let love radiate. Luckily, we're in a good time on the planet because a lot of light workers activating right now. Wing. Because we don't trust the thing we see anymore. We don't trust the things we hear anymore. Making us have to trust ourselves. Making us more aware, more intuitive. Mango gang. You plant the love, you get the love. Everyone knows the law of attraction. The light worker got the memo. Focus on the thing you want to radiate on the planet. Don't get caught up in the rabbit hole of negativity that does nothing good for the planet. Be the change, be the vibe you wish to see in the world, right? Now, the evil people, they're going to do whatever it takes for you to go in fear consciousness. But because light workers are more connected than ever because of the power of the internet, like good people everywhere, we're like, everybody just going, that seems kind of off. Let me stick to my prayer. Let me stick to my meditation. Let me stick to my healing work. Let me help my neighbor. Let me play the sound healing for my city. Let me do my grassroots part for the people around me, what I can do. That's that right there. The grassroots. Because imagine every grassroots healer, it's got pillar, it's like an obelisk on a planet, like a ley line crossing. But you have to stay humble and not get involved with spiritual ego, business-driven healing, inauthentic stuff, pretentious spirituality, authentic spirituality, which means to just be authentic, right? Actually help people, not just everything business. We need more of that. Spread compassion and love. I'm good at helping others, but neglect myself, says text. That's my main struggle. Yeah, that means you weren't actually helping them. You were sharing with them a certain codependency. So many healers are doing that. That's why the vibration of the planet is slowly rising. You know that you don't give to yourself while helping others, which means you don't have something to give, but you go and do it anyway. We need to wake up from that, practitioners. You gotta heal yourself deeply so that you have to give from the overflow. If you don't have anything to give, okay, give from the overflow, whatever it takes for you to feel overflow. And we're not talking about like airy overflow, like, yes, love and light, the ninth dimension of. Cut the damn fluff. Ground yourself. And let's be effective. Cut the fluff. Okay, a little fluff at the end, you know. A little is fine. But too much fluff is like, it's a distraction. Pretty words and beautiful graphics, it matters, but not more than actual results. Like genuine results. Por favor. I see so many healers not deeply heal themselves. So if we raise the standard of inner healing, the standard of healing others also rises. So you gotta sit and be, journal, reflect, forgive. That's the thing right there. Forgive the impossible. Right? If you want me to cut the fluff, that's the secret to raising your vibration. forgive the impossible, the thing that is so hard to let go, and you go, I let go. The ignorant people that hurt me, they don't know better. I don't let them chain me down anymore. If they had love, they do something. They act with love, but they have the absence of love, so they act with ignorance. We're not here to be buddy-buddy with our abuser, but we need to cut the chain off so that we can raise, we can fly, we can rise. Okay? And it's scary, right? Because why would you let your abusers or people who do you wrong off the hook so that you can fly? Rather than letting your abuser define you and limit you, you forgive and then you rise. But it has to be sincere. There will be tears. It will be emotional because it's so difficult to forgive the people who've done us wrong. But how can you help others heal if you carry that, right? That weight? How can your energy be high vibration if there's a weight keeping it down? So this is the main issue that I see many healers don't do, is we're not healing the deepest part, which is family trauma. Right, just so I can cut the fluff for y'all. Forgiving our father and mother and auntie and uncle who really effed our life up may be the most difficult, but it's, if you can and have the willpower and have the guts to, that's when you spread your wing finally and fly. Not spread your wing and stay on the ground. Wee, oh shoot. That's cute. Spread wing. I'm pretty, but I fly nowhere. Look at my wing. Oh yeah, they stay at the wing stop. No. No. I say wing fly, not wing stop. Is ignorance bliss? I don't know. Can we forgive them but remain absent at the same time? Absolutely. It's not about being absent. It's about energy. The energy, right? We can forgive people, but that forgiveness is about cutting off, letting go of an energy that doesn't serve us. Okay? But here's the truth. If they're kind of in your same city, the universe will push you to the next level. As you forgive and heal, you're gonna see them on Christmas, homie. You're gonna see them on Thanksgiving. And that's when you do a deeper work. But before you do that, you have to do your inner work of energetic forgiveness. And then when you get the blessing of being in their presence again, then you get to deepen your forgiveness. But still have boundaries. Or just not ever see them again. Who knows what your lesson is? But the main part, it's about you and the energy the attachment you had for something that's past. It's not here. The energy is present. What happened already passed. But the negativity you've been holding on to for a long time, that doesn't serve you. You gotta throw it out the window. And the more you aggressively face it, the more you're going to rise, because it means you have courage. But take your time. Like, for example, whenever I had my awakening, I actually messaged everyone I felt I had bad energy with, and I just asked for forgiveness in case they still had animosity. I said, hey, if I had done anything wrong, I was ignorant. I just messaged all of the people that I may potentially had negativity with. Compassion, forgiveness. And for the people not here, you could meditate and visualize. And if it's too difficult to message them, you can mentally and visually prepare yourself through visualization. And when it comes time to, then you have exercise forgiveness in private, and when it comes time to actually see them, it becomes a lot easier to. Forgiveness, hurt people. Abusive people have been abused, but we're not here to let them. We're not necessarily here to be buddy with them, give the hugs and stuff. Unless you deeply healed, you know what I mean? We're here to not let that energy of what they did in the past keep us down. And the way to detach from that and realize they only did what they did because they didn't have love. Their life is effed up. They had an absence of love, an absence of guidance, an absence of a mentor, an absence of a father or mother, an absence of a loving community that made them behave a certain way, an absence of wisdom. If they had that, they wouldn't act a certain way, but they didn't. But without them, we would not be here right now, talking and exercising compassion and forgiveness and raising our vibration. So they help you get here, and your life is getting better. They may still be the same person, but we always wish them for the best. Maybe they turn their life around. Oftentimes they don't. You awaken while they stayed asleep. That's oftentimes what happened. They did their part on the planet. I have a lot of people bully me growing up. Without all those bullies, I might not be here today with y'all. For real, I got picked on so much. And I was able to heal my inner child, even though I felt like such an outcast of that outcast. So that's why I'm like this today. And you can too. But it takes a lot of courage to just forgive all the people who effed you up, all the people who do you wrong, because you realize they're ignorant. They don't know better. But without them, it wouldn't lead you to this moment where you realize, I know better, and that's why I do better, and that's why I forgive. Yes. I'm not better than them. I'm on a different journey. We're all doing the best that we can. Always stay humble, because if you don't, you're not truly forgiving, and it's ego. And if you operate with ego, it destroys itself. So that's why they say check yourself before you wreck yourself. Por favor. Chief says, I want to thank you for how much you've helped me out over the last 2 months that I've been watching you. My life has gotten so much better. You have really helped me in actual loving myself. Thank you, Chief, on the YT. Glad to hear your good things happening in your life. Happy birthday to Robin's friend. Flute song. Welcome, Diana. Skylight. How are we feeling so far? Thursday now, right? Wednesday. Stay centered. A lot of people in turmoil right now because they forget their root chakra. You get lost in the vortex of information that just distracts you. It's like a web of nothing good. Into another net, a web of nothing good for your life. And people just jump different webs of disharmony, from gaming to content to the news and all these things. So to stay centered, is to be more connected with yourself and to have faith in yourself, believe in yourself, and do your part. Do what you can. Stop waiting for everybody else to do it. We're all waiting for other people to change the world. So thank you to the people actually doing work with results. Actually doing it. Yeah. There's a lot of talk, but not a lot of action. You want the world to be peaceful, you have to teach the world to be peaceful. Coachella not doing it. Justin Bieber not teaching people to be peaceful. Labubu definitely not teaching people how to be peaceful. Wingstop, definitely not. Bob Marley was doing it, but they turned him into they glorify him as a symbol of smoking grass. Instead, one love. Nope, dump that message. You're known, right? Don't worry about a thing. Nope, you're gonna be known for this right there. But the messaging behind it, that's not, they make it cliche. Wingstop is a joke. It's like a running joke in here. I use Wingstop as a sign of food, like addictive food consumption. Every block there's a Wingstop everywhere. Like, instead of living a peaceful life, we live a terrible, stressful life, and we run to Wingstop to get our coping. No one even thinks about it like that. But that's what that is. Exactly. It's just another coping mechanism It's another distraction. But I just like to use that because at one point, I used to go there so dang much. For real. Now I'm vegetarian. Like, what happened? I woke up. Of course I don't hate the people who eat it. It's just more about the escapism. Life is so strong, you never think about it. Right? You just call that a Good Friday. Wingstop, ice cream, other stuff to keep you distracted up from asking, am I genuinely happy? Am I actually happy with my life? And to slow down and breathe and actually ask the question, am I fulfilled with my life? Is fulfillment even possible? Some people don't even think fulfillment is possible. That used to be me. Right? It's like, the bar is set so low nowadays. Welcome, Soul's Note. Another sound practitioner. Dope vibes in there. Got the didgeridoo, the flute vibes, and the chanting, throat chanting vibes over there too. My daughter's Rian's birthday is today, says Patricia. My baby girl is 34. Time flies. Oh. I guess she will always be your baby girl. That's a big baby girl. Thank you, Sister Kara. And TV says, I've been sober 1.5 years. Beautiful. But are you sober and happy? Por favor. Says no. That's the issue. That's why I ask. A lot of people sober and miserable. Because we right in the mainstream consciousness, being sober is like word, but no one asks afterward, are you happy? It's like, congrats, wow, great. But because I pay attention, I see a lot of people sober, lonely. Ugh. Sober and lonely. Okay, are we working on it? No, I just care. He said, who told you to be spot on, GT? I just care, that's what it is. And you trust enough to be vulnerable. Right? In here, there's a high level of vulnerability. Because y'all trust what we do in here enough to open up about how you really are, because you know there's no judgment. We're just here to want the best for each other. But with wisdom, you can see it Just welcome Rick B. AZ. Just home from surgery. I found you about 6 weeks ago. Your words and sound helped me so much. We're just here to be a positive community, because at the end of the day, sometimes you didn't talk to anybody after working 10 hours. This is a place where you can say hi to people and get a real answer. Not just, I'm doing great, and you? Like, sometimes, that's called etiquette. But in here, yeah, kind of boring. Yeah, so... Lori says, puppy slept better last night. Congrats on sobriety. Today is day 2000 for Lori. I'm happy, healthy, and life is amazing. And definitely not lonely. That's a good sober, TV, the one says, I had a rough start with chronic ear infection. Affecting my hearing and speech. I developed mental health issues and still struggle. And may you find complete healing for your body, mind, and spirit. Never give up on your healing, but do it not with fear. Do it with faith. I just know you're gonna find it. You don't need to know how. A lot of people have issues, but they have a negative relationship with what's going on with them, making their healing not happen. Some negative things could be affecting you, but you just know you'll find a way. That's the great attitude. You just know somehow you're gonna figure it out. And then you also do the work to be open to try. And here's the secret. It's not about spending more money on your healing. It's about being open to new energy, new mentality, new paradigm, a new way of living life. Because a lot of people, we think it's going to be money. We're going to have to go to Bali. We're going to have to go to Tibet. No, it's not like that. It's about inner paradise, not outer paradise. Okay, maybe outer paradise, great. Right. Realistically, inner paradise is more sustainable, because you can't, unless you could go and live in what you would call a paradise. But many people can't just yet. But what you can do is develop the inner paradise. Por favor. May I get your opinion on fruit smoothies? Just don't be drinking too much sugar. It's natural sugar, but you can still, I drink smoothies. I love avocado smoothie. It is hitting, y'all. I can admit that's one thing that I love. Avocado durian smoothies. Oh. It's about balance. But one thing I learned from my master, he always said, do you eat to live? Or do you live to eat? I live to serve. I live to joy and happiness. The eating part, if anything, the best part about eating is it's like meditative for me. I take my time to eat because I'm so busy. So when I eat, I watch my video. I take my sweet time. It's like a self-loving experience. You can turn it into a self-loving experience, right? Before I just look for before I would, eat the most addictive foods, and I would just eat more volume. Back then, I'm a professional chicken wing eater, Boink. In 1 second, I could just debone the whole wing. Because I learned when you eat enough, you learn techniques on how to eat faster. And so, instead, I learned how to eat slower. Because I look at Thich Nhat Hanh drinking the cup of tea, right? And when you eat slow, you chew more, better for your digestive system. So if you have digestive issues, chew a lot more. Eat slower. Eat healthier too. But let's be real, you don't have to eat all completely healthy right away. You gotta just try a little bit. You don't have to meditate 30 minutes, brother, sister. Just try 5 minutes. You just gotta try. You don't have to go to the gym for an hour. Just go walk for 15-20 minutes in the beginning. You gotta just try to find your way. When I first start meditating, 8 minutes. I go, if I can't even meditate for 8 minutes, I was like, I can't dip down to 5 minutes. That's such a low. I might as well just don't meditate if I'm just gonna meditate 5 minutes. I was like, I'm not that low, but 8 minutes is doable, So that's where I began. Because I kept trying to meditate 15 minutes, but I just would never get started. Because I didn't want to meditate. My ego wanted 15 minutes. What I needed was 8. Right? Sometimes your ego goes, I'm going to lock in for 30 minutes, y'all. And then you never get started because you don't really want to meditate 30. But so when you find the sweet spot, it's because you're starting to work with your spirit now. Our ego wants 30, but heart, what's the middle ground? 8. 15 minutes. You have to do what works. They call it the middle way. Not too little and not too much, right? Yeah. Like streaming, I've streamed 10 hours straight before. One of the worst decisions I've ever made in my life when it comes to streaming. To say it, okay. 10 hours straight, y'all. After about a week, I was so my body started, like, my heart was hurting. A spider died in my room. That's the universe talking to you. Wrong way, like this. But there's no wrong way. Imagine that I'm willing to stream 10 hours straight to find my way. Because I'm all in. You know what I mean? I'm all in with this, y'all. I'm here to develop what I'm doing here for lifelong. As long as I can. Luckily, you could play flute for a long while. This and it's 10 hours of me focused, right? Now I'm not just hanging out, blowing bubble gums and playing games. I'm like meditating, locking in, flute. Because I'm just looking for how to navigate. Like, I'm trying to find my way as a practitioner. It's not easy, but you gotta climb the mountain and find out for yourself. Yeah, 10 hours not healthy. Not playing video games for 10 hours straight is not easier either. But here's the catch. People are drinking Red Bull, cans of Red Bull, powdered energy to get through that 10 hours. So unhealthy, y'all. Your children are looking up to these people who are just destroying their body to fulfill their dreams. And so when you live like that, your sleep is effed, your mental health is compromised, your attitude's compromised just because you're not really talking to people. You're so high on caffeine and nootropics that you become this full-time entertainer who's never really sober. Like, to me, I see energy drinks as a substance. That's just the truth. It makes you really like giddy and jittery and really entertainment, right? I'll be dropping jokes non-stop. You know what I mean? When I drink energy drink, the jokes never stop, yo. Just like, damn. But then my sleep would be so terrible. And when your sleep is compromised, like your body's so tired, you snore so loud, your breathing's terrible, then your sleep and your dream world is terrible. And then you wake up, you feel terrible. And what do? Crack another fresh blue and silver can. Good morning, y'all. No. Oh. And then imagine doing that for 10 years. What happens to your heart? What happens to your mind? And let alone what other substance are they taking to cope with their life? Scary. Right, we're just talking about if they only drank Red Bull, but most of the time they're not. They're doing all types of stuff. Perks and addies. And you meet the worst type of people who do the same thing you do. So that's why we have to educate our children about what they're interested in. Sometimes we're teaching the kids about stuff they're not even interested in. When I talk to kids or teenagers, I understand like their world. They're on Roblox, they're on Minecraft, they're all trying to do, it's a lot about cloud chasing, fitting in the 6-7, that's their world. So you gotta learn to be relatable to them for them to take you seriously. Or else you just become an adult rather than a mentor. That's why I was able to guide many children, teens, college, because they saw me as mentor, not as their adult. And that there's a big difference in that. They respect the mentor. They see, right, but not just authority. TV says, I feel terrible with the amount of screens with the new generation. I don't really, it's just the nature of the evolution of humanity. Remember back then everyone was watching cable TV. Well, before that everyone was listening to what? The radio and vinyl, 8-track. Because the technology didn't get there yet. Now we're living in the age of the super computer in our pocket and super fast internet in the pocket all at once. It's such a powerful tool that could destroy you, that could manipulate you. Oh, hello, Sister Lisa. You don't sleep yet? Now content is like crack. That's why you see many people saying they have ADD and ADHD. Of course they do. Look at what we're doing. Right, look at what we're all doing. It's not normal to, and so we have to learn to adjust towards that. How can we help each other? Because the content has been more addictive for sure. So we have to battle that with mindfulness, nature, right? Taking mental health a lot more seriously. Or else, yeah, there may have been cell phones in ancient time. I'm just talking about in our current modern age, in human history of now. There might have been, right, great, there might have been a freaking spaceship, just like the Jetsons. Right. Welcome, Jeff. Yeah, ancient astronaut theory say. Oh, it looks like we've... Welcome, Slur. Gone Fishing says, I've been sober and my receptors are fried. You can heal them. Imagine you just begin your healing journey. Your body knows how to heal itself. That's the one thing they're not trying to teach you, because it makes you find a solution. So sad. When you start realizing how your body can heal itself, like what, and you actually experience healing in yourself, body and mind, you're like, why didn't I know this earlier? But who do you think controls the healing industry on the planet? We're not saying medicine is bad, but you gotta live a life of wellness, right? Medicine works, but you gotta exercise, eat healthy, drink water, and sleep good. You know what I mean? Imagine you just throw a pill down the hatch. Fire in the hole, doink. And you go back to Wingstop, Diet Coke, sleep terrible, and play Grand Theft Auto all day. You gotta live a life of wellness if you want healing, not just throw a pill down the hatch and still abuse your body. Meditation, going to nature, finding a sense of community, a sense of purpose. That being said, the reason why people don't do it is because everything's so dang distracting and addictive. The food's addictive, the content's addictive, right? Shopping becomes addictive. It's all distractions over distractions. And the only time we really stop in our tracks is when we F ourselves up so bad that we can't continue our addictive behavior. Ugh. You know what I mean? Like you F yourself up so bad you can't eat Wingstop no more because you just destroyed your gut health. Or like you smoke so much your lung has so much issues. Ugh. We gotta prevent that. You know what I mean? We vape so much we start inflaming our respiratory. And we go, maybe I should stop. Maybe that's how naive we are, unless we have people who have real talk with us to help us wake the F up and realize you're effing yourself. But people too busy. They got jobs to do, no time to mentor humanity. Right? No, just be entertained. I don't want to hear all this. Out of sight, out of mind. But the more you face the problem, the more you find the solution. The more we run from the problem, the more we run from the solution. And so my life began to change when I was willing to face the core issues. I just sat there and I just go, what's wrong? Like, why does my life suck? Why am I not happy with life? And I just sat there and it took time, right, to figure out why your life not working. And that, I just wish more people knew and learn about that. It's like not taught how to face your issue, and unless you have a psychiatrist or a therapist, if they do a great job, shout out to the therapist. We need teachers and mentors out there. We need everybody. I'm doing the best that I can with what I'm blessed with, you know. And you have other resources, other skills where you can do your work, brother, sister. You have different influence than me. And that's exciting. That's exciting. What they say, I like reading philosophy. There is a paradox to a lot. I love paradox. You know what paradox means? This is not making sense, but it's here. The paradox is like a knocking on a door of faith. It doesn't make sense, but it's here. So the philosophers have a limit because they always need things to make sense. But with faith, you don't always need it to make sense for you to believe in love. How about do lower chakra? Oh. We're engaging a little bit before we make some musical vibes. The legendary. He says, I live in a tiny box of a studio apartment. I don't have the space to heal. You already know. The only space you need to heal is right here. Inner space, inner kingdom. That being said, the root chakras gotta be covered. Food, water, shelter. At least you have a space. You got something to build on because at least you have a space. Inside, primary, outside, grateful for any space. It's like saying, when I first start live streaming, one viewer, I go, I can't do healing. There's only one viewer. There's not enough people for me to do healing work. My studio apartment too small for me to live a healing life. Then go outside where the tree is. How long have you been doing this on TikTok? 2 years. But I've been live streaming for almost 8 years. On a spiritual journey, about 12 years, but been devoted maybe 9 to 10 years. After the 3rd year of being curious, I was like, why don't I just give my life to it? And so that's what happened. It would be dope if I can do this every day. My life would be incredible if I could just do something like this every day. Didn't know how, didn't know how, but I didn't need to know how. You don't need to know how. Just take the next step. Keep going. I think that's like the best thing that I've learned when it comes to trying to figure out your journey. You don't need to see the whole staircase. Just the next step. And as you begin to be somebody who lives for the journey and not for the destination, you start to see the next 2 steps. Like, ooh. I don't just see 1 step now, I see 2. After a while, you start to see 3 steps. Wait, what the? But if you don't stay humble, it all collapses. If you don't stay humble, it all collapses. If you lose your integrity with yourself, it all collapses and you just start from the foundation again. But at least you learn something, new lesson, right? Still have wisdom. the greatest wisdom, it comes from the hardest lessons. Right? Humble in what sense? In whatever sense that you need to learn. Whatever it is that you're learning. Like sometimes you want something, but the universe will give you what you need instead rather than what you want. Yeah. I call that being humbled by the universe. It's like you want relationship, the universe goes, you get to have a good one with yourself first. The ego doesn't like those kind of answers. I want a girlfriend now. I want my golden egg now. What happened to the golden goose girl? Baruka. Baruka salt, says Chloe. Dang, okay. I think we're ready to explore some music. If you are still here, you stayed here late enough to get to the lo-fi part, the more musical composition part of the night. So if you need more relaxing music, it'll still be peaceful, unless we get that lit, which I don't know. Sometimes you don't plan to get lit and the universe says, let it flow. Like, really? My heart is aching. What should I do? Like, you mean physically? Or are you talking about like somebody dumped you? Thank you, Elian. Not dumped me, but something happened in my family. Well, let's stop beating around the bush. What happened? Y'all like to be cute, I know. What happened? We gotta get to the root cause of things, right? Thank you, Big V. Thank you, Emmanuel. You didn't get dumped, but something happened in my family that make your heart ache. Oh, this? Yeah, this is a Buddhist. This is from the temple. You know, they just tie a red string around the water bottle as a holy string. They put it next to the Buddha altar. So, holy string through intention. Yeah, just more like a simple string can be something sacred. Through intention. the Amanda says, I told a guy I'm dating I want to wait for a year to have the sex. He said he can't wait. Should I stop seeing? That's up to you. What are your standards? Dating isn't all about that, right? Because you're dating like a lifelong partner. It's about communication and all the other virtues. It's not just about, oh, we're not doing it. Oh, it's relationships deeper than just hanky panky. Sometimes we're willing to kind of, you have to communicate. Yeah, you gotta communicate. And, you have your reasons. And if they don't have the patience, yeah. Now, mature people's, a lot of people don't know how to have mature, they're not really that mature, so. He said we are grown adults with children, it doesn't. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna get to the music soon. It just looks like. Well, whenever somebody prioritizes that, a lot of times it means they don't know who they are and they don't love themselves. Which is why you attracted them. Because the thing is, when you know what you want, the universe will send you something you don't want for you to say no to. For real. So the more you go, nope, that's not what I don't want that. I'm clear I don't want that. Which means you're attracting the thing that you do want. Because every time the universe bless you with somebody, is to show, what do you really want? You clearly don't want this. And you're like, Because you have to keep your standard high, but also be down to earth. Right? There's something that's non-negotiable. And through trial and error, Because the thing is, you may say 1 year, but if that person is dope, your heart's connected, it might just be 6 months, but they don't think that way. They just go, oh, hell no. You know what I mean? They don't get it. Because when you have great chemistry, like, dang, it's so cute. Like, wow, this person's a great human being. When you have a deep connection, things change. But the boundaries are there for a reason. It's because of what's happened in the past. You don't want to live the fast life. That's it. That's the whole sign. You're not here for quickies. You want to build something, and that's why you have that rule, because you want to build something with somebody and not just be another person that you're just dating. Because it's time, right? Like, it takes a lot of time. You're not trying to, let's just So that's why the more difficult talk that you have with each other, the better. But they lack wisdom. So to them, that's a deal breaker. They don't have faith. Which is why their life, they might not, imagine they find somebody incredible, but they don't realize it because they lack wisdom. So that's why wisdom is like a diamond. So that's why whenever I start gaining wisdom in my life, doors were opening. That I got options now. I'm attracting quality people. Like, okay, this one wants me, but I'm like, whoa, I don't want. We're just friends. I'm here for meditation. You're here to try, I'm here to do sound bath. And they're here to try to holler. I'm not here for that. I'm doing the crystal. Because I know who I am. You want something for the heart? Well, you didn't. I was asking about your details. Like what? You have pain from your family, but can you like expand on it a little bit? The reason is because you need. Welcome, Sister Claire, KK. The vulnerability is where the healing happens. It's hard to heal when you have something to hide. Right? You don't have to share the whole situation. Share enough. Like you don't have to give it all away. It's just more about you need to share enough because we're a witness to your healing. But if you're right, unless you want me to just do generic healing, I just don't do those. You know. For real. You can go pay $55.55 over there. Link in the bio. It's just more about, okay, you say you have heartache from family issues and you can't go any farther with the details. I'm asking you if you could go a little farther to share the details, because the more you have to hide, the more or less light get through. Okay, imagine you have some darkness that needs light, but you can't even open the door. How can the light get in if you can't even open the door? You have to reach halfway. You got to do some work. Like, The amount of testimonial in this community is not by accident. We are result-driven community, not spiritual business, not generic healing. Mango gang. And guess what? It's free. But you still have to do the work. It's more about how healing happens, brothers, sisters. That's why I have to pursue this way. I'm not here to throw band-aids at people using flute music. Welcome, Kami Kathy. Thank you, Voss. Thank you so much. The healing part, it comes from trust. It's hard to heal when you don't even trust the healer. Which is why a lot of people just pay for it. Instead of build genuine trust, you just build client list. Did the Buddha and Jesus have client lists? Link in the bio. What do you say? My breathing exercises has been so difficult so far. Any tips to ease that? Your breathing exercise has been difficult? In the beginning, deep breathing can be very difficult because you're not breathing deep into your diaphragm, so your muscles are not really strong, and shallow breathing, so it feels really uncomfortable to stomach and diaphragmatic breathing. So you got to practice on a daily for a good while. I think after a month you'll find great result, but it's really uncomfortable in the beginning because it's not natural to start to diaphragmatic breathing all the time. But imagine it becomes more second nature. Oh, thank you, Amanda. Ex-nurses, I mean, my mind is always so full and I can't avoid the thoughts. Also, the breathing part is hard to be aware of that. Thank you for helping me achieve the goal. Thank you so much. Do you expect this to be a walk in the park and easy? Actually, I did, he says. That's the issue right there. Why do you think I'm here so much? It's so difficult that like you have to be on it on a daily basis. So I just live this life. That's why I stream so much, because I'm about that life. If you want results, you have to be dedicated to that healing life, to that peaceful life. Or else you're not gonna find results. And it's subtle, right? To be in the beginning, I thought it was impossible either until I just didn't give up and did it all day. And I was like, okay, whoa. I'm present throughout my day. I'm deeply present throughout my day, but not 100%, but at least 80%. And as you stay on it for years, you can maintain that. Imagine 80% present throughout your day. That's huge. Will you be playing relaxing music? Yes, I'm getting to that. So if you want results, you gotta be all in. Por favor. That's why I highly respect the people who are dedicated, because I could tell you're gonna go lead people. Naturally, the universe will send you because you got good vibes. When your energy is good, doors naturally open for you. And we'll get to the music part right now. I'm scared to lead people, says ZK. That's okay. That's why you're not doing that. You need to lead yourself first. Homie. Uniqlo. I told my wife I wanted some more of this tone texture. And it was on sale. So. what we're trying to feel tonight. Calm and holy, they say. Calm and holy. Calm, holy. You want the worship pads. See. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, choosing to be here. There's so many places on the internet to be. Right shoulder's tight today. I've been doing there's been a lot of people needing healing. That's why I'm very strict right now, because a lot of people are not doing their work. So you gotta do your work, brother, sister. Because only you can climb your mountain. I can't climb the mountain for you. Like Morpheus says, I can only show you the door. You gotta walk through yourself. But they don't want to. What can you do? Keep showing them the door. Thank you, Gremlin. I was having a weird dream, says Jesse. I had a singing bowl that summoned J.D. Vance, and he had to beat him away with a whisk. What the? You got politicians showing up in your dream. I never had any politician show up in my dream because I focus on helping humanity. Oh, you accidentally timed somebody out. Okay. There you go. 10 seconds. Our dreams comes from something we focus on? Absolutely. What you think about, you bring about. focus on your waking world, because the dream world is so abstract, really hard to decipher. Make sense of your waking life more than the dream world. But people like to dream interpretation because it's like an art form, but it's so abstract that it just makes more sense to work on your living world. But it can be fun to, talk about dreams. It's very natural too. The dream world isn't the issue. It's while you're awake, you spend more time on your dream world. That's the issue. Instead of focusing on your waking world, you're spending a lot of time deciphering something so abstract. But the work that we need to do to help harmonize our life in front of us, sometimes we don't do, because we're being distracted by interpreting abstract. But that's just my personal practice and what I see many people. I'm just sharing with you what I've noticed from people who spend too much time interpreting their dream, is that they distract themselves from what they need to be doing on a day-to-day basis with that. And I used to try myself. Yeah, dreams can definitely be a sign or a warning, but I don't recommend it because it's so unclear. And if you're not in a state of a clear mind and you try to interpret your dream, you can interpret it in like the worst way. Right? Somebody with bad mental health interpreting a dream you can just scare yourself even more. Meditation healthier. So if you can find a way to make meditation interesting, make discipline interesting. Welcome, Melissa. Welcome. Whoever needed that was here for it. And the people who lose faith might have left. Let's listen to it. One take, I like one take better. I'm getting better at the workflow. More like a soundscape, cosmic soundscape. Here comes the microcosm. Let's see. Next dimension. Look at interdimensional shaman, interstellar shaman vibe. I guess that's what we should call it. Interstellar shaman. Export it real quick. That went a lot better than I could have expected. Just kind of, didn't prepare that much. But I mean, I'm used to that style, right? Of delivery. It's sound healing. That's what that is. It's just sound healing. All right, let me. Interstellar Shaman. Export. It might go silent. Because we need that kind of vibe for the next album, because it's been kind of upbeat. I'm looking for it kind of. Didn't expect it to come right now, but my heart told me. And somebody said they needed healing in the heart. Hope they were here for that. I mean, I don't know how. That's like piercing. You know. Wing. Okay. Good to hear. Pain is gone. That's the kind of healing I'm trying to share with people, brothers, sisters. That you can heal full body, your whole spirit. There's a reason why we operate a certain way. Alright, here's export interstellar shaman. Alrighty. There we go. Yeah, because if I don't push hard and try my best to share y'all the knowledge before the music, it's just band-aid. I'm not here to throw a band-aid and just knock people out with, fall asleep. We got a lot of people doing that already. Deep, genuine healing. Life-changing healing is the standard, because it's possible, The audio might be softer on Insight Timer. Just temporarily to the audio export. Oh. Yeah. No, yeah, teaching is very difficult. The music is like that because of something in here. It's true. You can express yourself musically, but imagine you could do it verbally too. Like, it's the most direct way to share it. And that's why I went out of my way to learn how to speak it. I think speaking about it might be the most difficult way to share it, because language can be confusing, intention of the language, how it's said, all these things, and trust. It's like, look what happened to the one that Whitney Houston. She's great at singing about love, but look what happened to her life. You know what I mean? That's sad. Wow, great. Look at the result. My master always talks about Whitney Houston, but she had an incredible gift and tone. But the result of that, of the fruit, of her life, was lack of wisdom. Yeah, I'm temporarily exporting the audio so the audio is kind of softer on Insight Timer because you can't really adjust it on there. Just temporary. I have my gain pretty much set decently already. He always played Whitney Houston music at the temple. Right? It was just like, if you just had wisdom, imagine what would happen. And guess what Tina Turner did, right? Tina Turner started chanting Buddhism. Like, what? She learned from Whitney what not to do. Welcome, Sister Tanya. Happy birthday to Paris. Happy Friday Eve. Yeah, Tina Turner has mantras of her chanting like a Lotus Sutra. It is kind of, y'all definitely should, yeah. That's something you could look into. It's very interesting, you might like it. And we're done exporting. Okay, there we go. Let me shift everything back again. Varuka Salt. Yeah, everything's great. It just takes a little bit of time to export audio. Let's see here. Back to normal. Apply. Test one. There we go. Back to normal. And then Insight Timer. Okay, everything should be back to optimal tone. Namo Ringeyo. Yeah. Yeah, Namo Ringeyo. That's more like a Japanese. A lot of Japanese. Namo Amida Butsu. It's very. It's all beautiful. Culture. Arigato. I think life's difficult, but that's why with wisdom, it gets a lot easier. That's why I always mention wisdom every day of my life. It's that powerful. I think I mention wisdom more than love, because the wisdom, it leads you to love, like a deeper, meaningful love. And still, life's still challenging, even though you have a deep, meaningful love. But it does, but you're more equipped to deal with the challenges when you have wisdom. So that's the beauty of it. Use restroom, we'll make some more vibes. Happy Friday Eve. I will not be streaming. Oh, I'm going to see Michael Jackson movie with my wife tomorrow because she found like discount ticket or whatever. And so it's at 6 o'clock. I'll be streaming maybe till 5 o'clock. I plan to get on earlier to stream. So I'll let y'all know how that goes. I was telling her I'm down to see it, but kind of sad what they did to him. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, the master talks about Michael Jackson a lot too. But I mean, have you seen his music? I mean, the way he makes music, he beatboxes his music, and then and the way the king of pop, right? The dancing, damn, that's an originator right there. Like you get born into that life, right? Jackson 5. The creativity just, and his standard for performances, he had standards. But what I found the most impressive was that he had a really good relationship with Princess Diana. That's a good sign. You know what I mean? Because she was very humanitarian, very... I didn't even know Princess Diana very well, but my family always praise her as a good person. Because I think my family, we kind of look up to humble people, humanitarian. I think that's kind of what people... What happened to that? Oh, it was before social media. Yeah. Social media is definitely a double-edged sword. Here we're on social media right now. It's like how it's used. There's no going back. There's no going back. It's just more like, how the heck are we gonna deal with this? I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful I have a healthy relationship in my life with many things. And if I don't have a healthy relationship, I just cut it out. Like gaming. I always share with y'all I have a bad relationship with gaming. Because I'm trying to like win. I'm not just trying to play. Let's find some chords. Chords. Let's go for a darker tone here. A major, A minor. Ooh. A minor. I'm seeing like how about some harp? Ring, ring. E minor, C major, right? C major. Welcome, Janique. What kind of session is here? What kind of sessions do we do here? We do a lot of flute, positive vibes, wisdom. Sometimes we chant, sometimes we do some lo-fi, chill step. But we focus on authenticity. But sometimes I do annoy people. Kind of rebellious in here, but in an authentic way. Yeah, we try to be focus on respectful. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Another sound healer, Nicole Klung Wilton. Yeah. I couldn't believe I bought this many flutes. I didn't understand why, but my heart was like, surrender. Because I never do something like this before. All of a sudden, but I trust the universe. I trust my heart very much. Because it led me, it always do me right. It doesn't make sense. I had some money from taxes, and the universe go, do it. What do you mean do it? Just go buy the flute. My brain was like, why would I just buy a bunch of flutes for no reason? No, I mean, you're inspired. You have it. Circulate your money. Invest in yourself. It just didn't make sense why I was buying, but I knew in my heart it's an investment in the future. Not knowing it would take me this far, y'all. Right, because before it was a little bit. And I just gave it my all. And now it's here to stay. But it's not crazy expensive. It's just more like slowly I accumulate. And if I don't use it, I give it away. Which many of y'all have flutes. My personal ones and ones that we send, from Brother Reza. That's why I always trust my heart. My mind won't like it sometimes. Most of the time your mind won't like it because there's some things in life that the heart says to do, but it doesn't make sense. I stopped doing multiple camera angles a long time ago. The heart goes, try it. I tried to grow on TikTok in the past. I kind of gave up on it. But the universe says, hey, try it again. I'm like, I did. No, one more time. Fine. But not the same. You have to go study a little bit. How to reach people. You can't just do the same thing. Like, all right, I'll go study a little bit. Would be cool to see you join other creatives. I have a hard time collaborating with people because I need them to be from a heart-based and consistent. And a lot of people are not consistent. And a lot of people aren't truly heart-based. They just say they are, but they're not consistent at it. It's okay. I'm not looking for 1,000 people to be here. I'm just looking for quality people who want to be here for all of it. And usually 1,000 people is here whenever I'm doing Tibetan singing bowl, which I like to do from time to time. Right. The maximum amount we've had in here is like 3,000 in total, which is kind of a crazy number, you know what I mean? But I'm grateful for it, but I'm here for the quality people. And I know the quantity helps to attract the quality people. And that's why I do still care about making sure there's traffic in the community. Nothing worse than community with no traffic. it means it's just not growing if no people aren't even checking you out. Hard to teach people sometimes. Sometimes the spiritual ego get in the way and say, stop worrying about the numbers. They don't know because they didn't. That's why you got to be careful who you listen to. The one that don't care about the number at all is because they don't have the numbers. You need to have a balance of both quality and quantity. You ate more greasy food again? Didn't you say you ate greasy food the other day too? Check out my last album, Mystic Mandala, on all platforms by Guru Thanet. Donatable to, you can donate. You can download the album for free on Bandcamp. Oh, it's also on just everywhere. Just listen if you feel like it. But yeah, the album is donation based or just available on all the platforms that's popular that I've checked. And we're continue to make dope vibes. Greasy foods I'm attached to. Oh, thank you, Melissa. Thank you so much. Greasy foods, I mean, not too much. Actually, I don't think I even eat greasy food that much unless I go get Chinese food. But it's not even about that. It's about digestion. A lot of it, I focus a lot on about digestion. I just want to know, because as you get older, your metabolism is a lot slower. So you want to eat stuff that supports digestion, not things clogging up your digestion. And oftentimes greasy foods are fried, carbs, and meat, or all of them combined. Throw sugar sauce on top, and then it clogs everything up. Then you don't sleep so good. Then you don't feel so good. And then you don't breathe good, and you don't think good because all your resources trying to digest food. Took me a while to learn about that. But once I learn about it, my mind is a lot better. When your body feels better, your mind's better. But you gotta just watch what you throw down the hatch. Alicia says people need to still wake to their heart center. Humanity is still in the metamorphosis, the remembering of how to work from the heart and soul when we reach a certain level and it realize our whole reality. A lot of people, as they become financially successful, they just forget to give back to humanity. We're busy thinking where we can invest the money, I guess, that we forget to give back and help others sometimes. But there's many ways to give back, not just financially. Your time, right? Time is such amazing. Because to mentor people, they need time. And if we don't have time to mentor our people, what do you think is doing it then? Roblox, raising our children, iPad raising our children. TikTok raising our children, because we're not mentoring them, so they're being mentored elsewhere. iShow Speed and all the live streamers, they look up to that because that's what they're given. Good morning. Someday, soon we will be free. If they can do it, I can do it bigger. The reason I'm like this is because I look up to people who are monks. Thich Nhat Hanh. I was like, if these monks can do it, I can do it but not be a monk. We can do it outside of the temple. We can do it in a non-religious way. We can do it in a spiritual way. We can do it donation-based way. I just didn't know it was possible, but I didn't lose faith. I just kept going. And that's like when I tell you that everything that I've asked the universe for, I've gotten. When I ask from the heart. When you ask for the ego, from the ego, you get humbled. You already know about that. We all had kind of gotten humbled before. Not much to say about getting humbled. Thank you, I guess. Thank you, Mumsy. Thank you so much. Let's see what that sounds like. Loop it over here. Ooh. that's really hard to teach people. You gotta learn to love from the overflow. You gotta fill your cup first. For some reason, they just miss that. It's like the most crucial step. How can you give from the empty? You can't go pick anyone up if your gas tank is empty. You could try. You can start the car, it just won't start. Energetically, it's the same way. So what ends up happening is a bunch of inauthentic connections. Right? It's like instead of really hanging out with people, it's like we're just pretending to enjoy our time together. So you end up collaborating and does it take you long to settle down after the live? This is why I take melatonin gummies. And it depends on how lit I'm getting at the end. Right. If I'm making EDM music at the end, yes, it's very, because my heart rate's high. But today we're kind of more calmer vibe, so it'll be a lot easier. And I could just tell. Yeah. So the, supplements help a lot. Honestly, I take my health very seriously. So right now I have my shoulders tight, and I know I've been working on it. And my lower back has been great because I've been working on it. Because you know why? I gotta practice the things I preach. So yeah, no spasms today at all. But when I don't exercise and don't stretch, here comes the spasm. Right. But when you actively become a conduit for healing, you absorb people's energy and you have to transmute it. And some people are so effed up, like they're just so messed up. They just don't, they ignore their body. I don't know too many of those people, but I have a friend, one person in my meditation group. And so I'm just here to, right? I don't expect everybody to have wisdom. You know what I mean? I don't need everyone to be spiritual and awakened. I can still love them where they're at. And I'm friends with people who have spiritual ego. Like, you're so spiritual, but you don't have any results to show for it. And they still don't realize it's ego. And they don't listen either. But what they love, I bring the peace into their life. I remind them to breathe, relax. At least they do that. But when I'm not there, they don't meditate. And they're not teachable. But I'm still gonna do my part. You know what I mean? Whenever the universe gives somebody like that, it's to humble you. Not everybody's gonna recognize their ego, and you don't need them to. But you still have work to do. It's inside timer. I'm not everybody's guru. I'm not everyone's teacher. I don't need to be, but I'll still do what's given to me. Because I met a lot of these friends before I gained more wisdom. Right? I've been friends with them almost 10 years of meditation. I've progressed so far on the spiritual journey. But I'm not better than them. I just keep climbing my mountain. And just do my work. Some of them, they do the work they think they need to be doing. And I see some people's life just keep. But I'm still there because you know why? That's what a good friend does. Be there for you. I just wish I was able to teach some people some things. Yeah, I drink caffeine for sure. But I watch my caffeine consumption heavily. I have to know the dosage of caffeine. That's how strict I need to be. Because I gotta go to sleep and I gotta wake up. I wanna live my life. If you abuse caffeine, your heart overworks. You're gonna need to sleep longer. And your energy a bit more jittery. Like for example, I made the mistakes of drinking coffee from McDonald's the other week. No, can't do that no more. Even I switched to a dark roast coffee. It has more my body feels the difference from switching to medium roast to dark roast. Now it might not be a lot, but it's enough for me to be aware of, oh, something's different. That's how sensitive you become as you pay attention to life. That switching from medium roast to dark roast affects your mind. It does. And some people aren't even, but that's a lot. Just paying attention to your caffeine intake, that's it. I used to be very anti-caffeine, but and honestly, the best thing I found, because the caffeine helps me to balance my masculine energy. I'm very chill. I'm very more feminine. I'm very nurturing, and the caffeine, it helps to balance my energy, but just not too much. People overdo the caffeine. Don't go to Starbucks. I just say it. Just don't go. That's the worst place to go get your caffeine, because there's a lot of other stuff they add to it, mainly sugar and the amount of caffeine, right? That big old cup, how much caffeine is in that giant venti or whatever? And then the sugar. But if you don't care that much, just ignore me. And expensive too, 100. I just make my own coffee. I just drink one double shot in the morning, one in the evening. That's it. If I do any more than that, my balance is off. So, and the only time I'll drink other caffeine is if my wife buys it, and I drink it out of love. she knows. Don't put sugar in there, or put 25% sugar in the boba, right? I don't like my boba with lots of sugar. I can't taste the tea. I like to taste the tea. No, I just drink black coffee. I used to drink milk, but then like doesn't make your stomach feel good, and also it's another step. I'm trying to not spend time and money on things I don't need to. I don't need the milk. It does taste more delicious, but it's a lot harder to digest. Hello Sheila, nice to see you. You just gotta make your life. It's not about what you do or you don't do. It's about making your life work and having harmony. And the only person that can know that is you. And your standard for harmony is up to you. That's it. To me, it's about raising the bar on how can you be more harmonious? How can you love yourself deeper every day? That's why I even care about what I wear, my skin, because that's love. Right? My body, my health, ending on time. When I lack discipline, I would always overstream. Right? It's time to end, but then I go to like 5:30 or an hour because I didn't. But as I studied with the master, I understood why discipline was so important. Because it allowed you to grow. Because with that allocated time, you give your best and then you break. It's really good for your like discipline and your scheduling. So you get into a mentality of giving your best in this time, and eventually you'll get a break. But if you always break it, then you overwork yourself. And then the next day you pay for it tired. And then the lack of discipline is just a bad domino effect. But there's always exceptions. There's always exceptions, right? Like if I'm about to end and somebody's really effed up, I'm not just gonna leave them. You know what I mean? I'm gonna play a flute for them. I'm gonna sing them a birthday song. Because that's what excellence does. You don't just dump people. But some people they come to use you, and they don't do what you have guided them to do. So some people you have to be more firm with. That's difficult too. So at the end of the day, being excellent is not easy. So being a follower and not doing your work is easier, but your life doesn't really progress. You just linger around, And people do be getting mad. Like people demand a lot from me because I can deliver so much, but I also have boundaries too, right? Especially like, everything's from the heart. Right? When you can do so much, but I'm here to be effective. Because in the past, people definitely, I've been manipulated many times and used a lot. But I don't blame them. I just didn't have good boundaries. But as I gain more wisdom, right, when I didn't have wisdom, I would spend I used to do card readings. And I would spend like 5 hours just giving free excellent readings. And I start to realize people weren't doing anything with the reading other than just wanting it as a cool, like a fortune telling. I wasn't doing fortune telling, and I didn't realize that people came. But there's some people who gain something, of course. But most people just saw it as fortune telling because that's what people's relationship with a lot of time card reading is like. It's advice and stuff, but they don't really take the advice that seriously because it just feels good for somebody to talk to you and give you some like good information, but then many people do nothing with it. And so I stopped doing that. Now I just help people without the cards. But also when I do cards, people see me differently. Like it becomes more like, ooh, magic. Because it's intuition. It's like, whoa, there's some eeriness to it just because of the accuracy of the reading. So instead of people taking me seriously, they're here for it becomes a bit more entertainment rather than wisdom. And it scares a lot of religious people. So there was many reasons for me to let it go. They were just because of the accuracy of the readings. A lot of the religious people were just like black magic. And sometimes the reading, people don't trust you, and they're getting a reading they don't want to hear. And that's very difficult too. Some readings hurt. But I have to, when my heart tells me to, I have to. And a lot of people are getting readings that's not, because they're not doing anything to improve their life. I knew I was doing something. Oh yeah. I mean, it's amazing what we're able to do with technology. I mean, this is basically one TV station, you know? We can actually help the world from right where we're at. It's amazing. Which brings us to the end of the stream. So, happy birthday to Paris. Not sure if Paris woke up yet today. If not, shout out to birthday boy. Thank you, JP. Thank you, everybody, for being on the whole journey. Christy. Thank you to all the moderators, too. Here you go. 3 ohms, breathing in. love your damn self, por favor. And tomorrow, I'll stream till 5 p.m. only because we're going to see Michael Jackson movie with my wife. ขอบคุณครับคุณสิริ เจ๊ thank you Claire, thank you everybody, thank you Tanya, was Lava gone, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you. Almost till Friday, okay? You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. Thank you.